Hey, hey. How's it going? Just checking everything out. Make sure the settings are good. Bitrate's pretty steady. And yeah, I'm gonna do something a little different today. But first, let me make sure I grab a couple things. I think I'm ready. Make sure that window's closed. Howdy. Welcome to the stream. I don't really have a real brand of stream that I do, so I'm just doing whatever. But today, last week I didn't do a stream on Thursday. Was doing some tax stuff. fun. And then what I had said on Tuesday was that I wanted to start doing an embedded systems project. But the first step to doing that is really not an embedded system. So let me describe my idea for this first. So do I have an org file for this? I don't think I do. My idea is effectively use the stream as kind of an opportunity to explore a bunch of stuff and research a bunch of things and then try stuff out and kind of do it once, and then use that to produce YouTube videos, specifically around developing this embedded system. So I kind of had this project in the works for a while. In fact, so this is what it looks like when you got a piece missing. But basically, I have this compost bin in my backyard that I want to make sure I can monitor. So that's the conceit here. And that's why I started building this, is to actually use it. But this would be a cool project to show off a bunch of stuff, maybe teach a few things to anyone interested. And then, yeah, hopefully I'll get something useful out of it at the end, I think. But more than that, I think it'll be more useful as a teaching tool. So, like, I'll probably put stuff on this, like a screen, to show off kind of a little bit about how to develop something like that, or 7-segment display. Those are pretty common. They're easy to use. They're fun to program. So that's what I'm going to go for. So this is an ESP32, and it's got Wi-Fi built in. So the project is effectively, yes, we're going to have a device that connects via Wi-Fi. It's got this temperature, moisture probe, temperature, humidity, etc. probe that would go inside the bin, and then also a capacitive moisture sensor to give you an idea of how wet the actual compost is. And then I don't know if you can see it, but on this kind of prototype board here, I've got two big components. One is the ESP32, which is a system on chip with a bunch of useful peripherals like wireless communication. And then this little guy, the little square boy, is a regulator so that you can attach something like a battery to it, and it'll, you give it 9 volts and it'll output 3.3 or whatever it is this thing needs. It's been a little while. I think it runs off of a 5-volt VCC input. Yeah, but so that's the goal for that thing. Before we can do that, I have to develop a server to actually collect that data, and then turn it into something useful where I can actually monitor it, maybe look at it over time, whatever. Compare it to ambient temperatures. We can get fancy. That's not the goal. That's not the main point. So it's probably going to be pretty bare bones. Yeah. So the first thing to do is that I'm gonna I think as a result of this, I'm gonna learn how to use JavaScript as like a backend thing. I'm not happy about it. I'm not too excited to write a lot of JavaScript, but more importantly, I'm interested in the front end aspect of it and how to do something like a React application. I don't know if I should use React. It doesn't seem like the best choice, but everyone talks about it and uses it. And anytime you bring something like this up, they say just use React. So that's what I'm going to do. So, how do we get set up here? I will bring in the so we're gonna hit in our projects. I'm gonna create a Compost Mon directory. Get ourselves a Git repository going. Whoa. That was a mistake. Okay. Compost Mon Git init. Okay. Is this legible on the screen? I can't actually tell. So let me see if I can. Oh, maybe a font size or two. Yeah. So I know we're gonna have one server, one not server. I don't know if I should call it server. Because I don't know that that's the right model here. So we've got, I should get up a drawing utility here. GIMP. New version of GIMP. Pretty cool. Come on. Why did it open over here? Okay. Just give me a new thing. Oh, God. Eh. Okay. So here's the compost bin. And then there's Wi-Fi with my terrible Wi-Fi symbol. And over here, my plan is to have a Raspberry Pi. That also has Wi-Fi. And that's how they communicate with each other. Now the question is, I think for power, I want this thing to be completely offline periodically. So this should be a server. So on my network, everything's on 172.16.1 something. We'll give this we'll say 130. I don't know. I'll have to look at my network to figure out where's the best place for it. So yeah, so I think that's what it's going to be. This will be a server. This guy wakes up periodically and says, "Hey, server, here's a bunch of data." Not data. Data. And it says, "Hey, data. Here it is." And then this will store it. And then now from my little PC, with a keyboard, I should be able to connect to this with a web browser. This is my web browser picture. Somehow there's a fox that's on fire here. And it connects to this, grabs a bunch of stuff, and you see it on the screen, like some graphs showing mostly, I want to know the temperature inside, like the soil, the compost itself. We'll say compost temp. We'll say air temp because I believe there's a temperature sensor on the actual device, which we can use, that is separate from the core temperature, but I'll have to look. I might need a different probe. And then, you know, device temperature. So this is, I'm picturing like a struct here. Possibly JSON, if this thing is running JavaScript, Node or something, then yeah. And what else? Oh, we need humidity and moisture levels. Yeah. I mean, I can't read this, but I will write it down. So we'll go data to store. What did we write? Compost temp. I'm doing this now because otherwise I will not be able to read it later. Air temperature, device temperature, humidity, and then moisture, which is distinct. So, because this is a moisture sensor, I actually don't know, like, what this is measuring specifically, like the wetness of that particular layer of the compost. Whether, I guess it could tell you whether it's too dry based on some calibration that we have to do ourselves. So we'll figure that out. Device temperature is kind of a meta thing, just so that I can monitor the health of the thing. So maybe we'll do, whoops. I'll do something like device temperature here, and like battery level. What else would be good? Well, what else do we have access to? Not much. And what else would we care about? I guess I would have to develop something, I think, because I'm not sure that... Why is the scratch buffer still open? I'm not sure that there's a way to measure, like, the pH balance of a thing. I'm also not sure that's particularly useful for the compost. Yeah, and then the only way to get info about, like, the what is it called, PN content, PNC content, but whatever, I think fertilizers use KNP. Potassium, nitrogen, and phosphorus. But I have no direct way of measuring that myself, so all the temperature and moisture and stuff is just kind of a proxy for all of that. So yeah, I think this is going to be it. Oh, let me number these properly. 4, 5, 6. These are kind of their own meta thing. Air temperature, like temp in the box. Temp in the compost pile, because there's room on top, right? Like, it's not all compost. And humidity and moisture. I'm actually... FS304 is the name of the device. I think it's this. Yeah, here we go. This is what I have. So this guy, where's the, yeah, that's what I have. And it works with I²C. It says it's a soil temperature. Right, soil sensor. Temperature, humidity. Humidity sensors are not ordinary electronic components and require careful. Whoa, wait a minute. Humidity greater than 80%. Wait. So, if it's a soil sensor, where does it go? Relative humidity. Corrosive gas, dead corners where air does not. Yeah, I don't... Does the job without issue, I think that's what it says. Yeah, okay. So... soil temperature and humidity measurement. Yeah, if it's saying soil temperature, but you can't put it in there, right? It just wouldn't work. So maybe don't put it in the soil. Just get the ambient temperature of the thing. And might need to get a different temperature probe that doesn't do humidity. Humidity in the box, moisture of the compost itself, and then magic metadata. Okay. And so, Raspberry Pi server. I think I'll put it there. I'll look at my network later. But the server itself just needs to show. Well, I want to see all of this stuff when it gets submitted. So maybe I also need a timestamp. So you don't know how to do that well. Also, this track reminds me of Bomberman. Bomberman Heroes, I think? Bomberman Hero. Singular. What else I got open here? I can get rid of that. Okay. So, the server might be able to just do it with host name, so we'll call it data collector. I don't know, something like that. Let's use some formatting here for the whoop. And it's gonna have, so first thing to do, set up a server. I'm not gonna do this on a Raspberry Pi initially, so I'll develop it on its own. I'll develop it on its own and then move it to a Raspberry Pi once it's working. Because we can develop it and test it on this machine without having to get hardware in the loop. So we'll start with that. Then we'll develop some tests. Develop tests of data uploading. To do, show graphs of test data over time. And that'll be the hardest part, I think, because if this is going to be React stuff, then I'm going to be annoyed by it. Okay, so... oh, boy. Okay. How do I turn off? Oh, anyway. Node.js development. Let's go. We're learning here. Unfortunately. Let me get my... Other screen situated. Okay. Oh boy. Let's ask Mozilla about this. Wait, what the hell is Express? Node.js framework. What the hell is Express? Okay, what is React? Is React only front end? I thought it was the whole thing. Yeah. So it's how to React. We recommend a full stack React framework like Next.js or Remix. Ugh. Well, let's do it. Components, piece of UI. Okay, so we need to do something like Next.js. Full stack React framework. Is it just Next.js in this game, basically? I guess we'll do it. Gives us a bunch of things. Sure. Routing, server components. So maybe I should change the stream info here. Web backend. I'll keep it there. Yeah, so let's see. Prerequisite knowledge. You have basic understanding of HTML, CSS, and React. Ugh. Fine. Wait, what does it say? Then, okay. So yes. React foundations. Prerequisite knowledge for Next.js. Each section builds on the previous one. You can choose where to start depending on what you already know. I don't know anything. Okay. Section build of the previous one. Prerequisite knowledge. No knowledge of React. Yes. We are this is me. Okay. Node.js 20 or later is installed. Oh. Yep. Operating systems. That's me. VS Code. Ugh. Yeah, that's me. Emacs, baby. Join the conversation. No thanks. Chapter 1. What is React? Alright, a bunch of preamble stuff. User interface, routing, sure. Where your data lives and how to get it, sure. Rendering, when and where you render static or dynamic content. Integrations, I'd want none of those. Probably, maybe. Certainly nothing like external, for sure. Infrastructure, we're gonna be on the edge. I don't know. Not really scaling. Performance, don't super care. Definitely don't care. I'm at 0 developer experience. whether build it yourself or use tools. Yeah. Leaves it up to the developer where to use the functions. Part of React's success is that it's relatively unopinionated about the other aspects of building applications. This has resulted in a flourishing ecosystem of third-party tools and solutions, including Next.js. Complete React application requires some effort. Need to spend time configuring tools and reinventing solutions for common app requirements. Next is a React framework, gives you the building blocks, structures and applications. Yeah. You can use React to build your UI, then incrementally adopt Next.js features to solve common application requirements such as routing, data fetching, and caching, all while improving the developer and end user experience. Whether you're an individual dev, you can use this to, so more selling me on it. Cool. To understand how React works, how browsers interpret your code to create UIs. Yeah. There's a DOM, sure. What is the DOM? It's the representation of the HTML in memory. You can use DOM methods in JavaScript to listen to user events and manipulate it. Okay. Quiz. You can update the page content by minute. Yeah. Cool. Wow, I'm making so much progress. You've learned nothing so far. Okay. Let's just do what it says. What is it saying to do? Let me open a code, projects, what do we call it? Compost Mon. React toot index.html. I'm gonna do, you can't see this, make directory. Okay, we're in. This is index.html. And we're gonna add this code. We did it. Now we're gonna give the div a unique ID. We did it. I thought this was prerequisite knowledge. Why is it? I'm just gonna do this. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Now we've gotten this div. Okay. Select. Create a new header. Sure. Some text for it. Develop, preview, ship. Should I be familiar with this slogan? Header content. Document.create text node. Alright. Add the append child header content. Sure. I keep doing that. Missing there. And then app append child header. Make sure everything is working. Open your HTML file inside your browser of choice. Okay, so we should be able to do xdg open react toot index. We did it. This is similar to the open command in Mac OS, if you're familiar with that. But this just figures out the same way that you could go in on your file browser and like right-click on a thing and say open with. This looks at the default that would come up in that same menu. Okay. Develop, preview, ship. We've added this with JavaScript. Okay. Yeah, the original HTML is what kind of initializes it. Yeah. Yeah, I thought this was prerequisite knowledge. Yeah. Developers spend a lot of time writing instructions, telling it how to do things. Yeah. Imperative, declarative, yeah. Yes, this is a very simplistic way of doing it. So here's a rant. The reason I don't like declarative programming is that quite often it's used to hide a bunch of complexity that you own, despite the fact that you're hiding that complexity, right? So like, it's one thing if you've got like a framework that handles a bunch of stuff for you. It's got some complexity that it's hiding, but it doesn't matter to you. Like, you don't own that complexity at all. You just have a mental model. Whatever you're using, it just kind of works, so you don't need to worry about it. But when you like own that declarative stuff, then someone who comes into the team, they also need to learn all of that, right? So, or at least somebody needs to know. And when things go wrong and you need to maintain it, somebody's going to have to go and learn that anyway. And what ends up happening quite often that I've seen is that declarative code, it hides a bunch of complexity that doesn't help you understand what is actually happening. Like, in order to understand declarative code, you need to understand what the declarations mean, which quite often when you're programming means you need to know how they're doing what they're doing, right? Like, to get an idea, like, okay, what's going on? How do I think about this? Because often those abstractions are just not great, right? So this is a very romantic view of declarativeness, that like, oh, you don't need to worry about it. It's like, yeah, but when you do, it sucks. But yes, React is declarative. You tell React what you want to happen, and it'll figure out how to update the DOM on your behalf. Sure. Which of the following statements is more declarative? I'm a genius. Okay. Now we're talking. Load stuff from an external website. Cool. I guess we can do that. Let's just copy these directly in there. Can we zoom in a bit? I think that's okay. Okay, is this the only new? Yeah. Instead of directly manipulating the DOM with JavaScript, remove the DOM methods and add React DOM create root to target a specific DOM element and create a route to display your React components in. Then route render to render your React code to the DOM. Okay, so do we still get element by ID then? Why? Okay, well, not gonna complain. Open-minded. Keep an open mind, Jose. Root render, and then just like that. No. No, no quotes? Yeah. Great. Well, why are you leading me into failure? What are the 3 JSX rules? What are we... Alright, what are the rules? 1. Return a single root element. Okay. Tags need to be explicitly closed. Self-closing tags like image must become oh! No! How annoying. Alright. So it's not HTML. This is HTMX. Right. Self-closing HTML. Where's MDN? The void elements. Yeah. Do that. They're not real. It's fake. Anyway. Camel case things. Okay. Okay. What a strange tutorial to like... Okay. We'll use a compiler for a dynamic language. Alas, it is what it is. So, add this to our file here. Do it after we load React. JSX mode. Let's see. Package list packages. Is there a JXX? HTML mode. HTML plus. what is this mode? Yeah, where'd it come from? I don't know. Where is it? Well, it's smart enough for that. HTML. No, I don't have to configure that, so... I just wanted to, like, not choke on this. Alas. So... Okay. Now we're changing variable names for no reason, so... This is DOM node. We got a root that we created at this div. Now we render this magical JSX thing. We can go ahead and save that and then reopen this file. That took so long.
Here we go.
That was noticeably slow. That's outrageous. Okay. All right. Well, whatever. This is the modern web. This is the modern web. We're learning the modern web. Compare this to this. Is it really almost any better? I mean, it's an unfair comparison though, right? Because you could just do not root, right? Do the same thing here. And then do set inner HTML or whatever it is, right? Can this be settable? Yeah. .inner HTML. And you can set it to some value. So it's not a very fair comparison, alas. You don't need to sell me. I've already decided I'm going to learn how this all works. Why do you need to compile your React code? This. Okay. I mean, see, how long does that take? Right? If even when it was the other JavaScript way, it was like it was so fast. User interfaces can be broken down into smaller building blocks called components. Components allow you to build self-contained reusable snippets of code. If you think of components as Lego bricks, you can take these individual bricks and combine them together to form larger structures. Update the specific component or brick, sure. A media component, that is the composition of these components, sure. components are functions. Okay. We're going to create a component called... Is the component called header? Oops. That's print. That's not what I want. Get app. Function. Header. Sure. What goes in it? Returns a UI element. Develop, preview, ship. Sure. And then we just use the function. But wait a second. If you try to do this, you'll get an error. Will I? I will. Functions are not valid as a React child. Right, it's this, right? They need to be wrapped in a thing? What do they need to be wrapped with? They need to be wrapped in a single parent. Is it not? It is. So what's the problem? Okay, first React components should be capitalized. Done. Okay, now what? Yeah, functions are not valid as a React child. Is this just a style thing? Okay. All right. Function home page, return div. Whoa. Why is there so many different syntaxes here? Right up here it was... Wait, what? Yeah, this is parens. This is a semicolon. So here's our home page, which contains nothing. Now we can nest. And we do this just so we can put a comment in here. Component. And now we've got parens again, back to parens. Mysteriously. How wacky. Yeah, my auto indenting thing doesn't know what to do with this. Okay. Well, so then instead of doing this, home page. Oh, home page. All right. Yeah, you can form component trees. Sure. Yeah. Homepage, yep. Quiz. How would you nest a nav component inside a layout component? I'm a genius. Okay, so far, if we were to reuse header, it would display the same content both times. Yeah. Obvi. But what if you want to pass different text? Regular HTML elements have attributes that you can use to pass pieces of information that change the behavior of those elements. Yeah. 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 Props. Okay. Data flows down the component tree as one-way data flow. Okay. Well, but then, so what if? Okay. Not even gonna worry about it. I was just thinking about how you get data the other way. So I think you'd have to directly access it. So I'm thinking about if you had like an input field, how do you get its value if data only flows in one direction? But I'm sure we'll get there. Pass a custom title prop to the header component. Okay. Title equals React. It doesn't know how to handle it. Okay. Can accept those props as its first function parameter. Props. Okay. We have to accept it. We have to accept it. Are there other parameters that can go here? Or is it always just props? Right? Because if it's always props, which is an object with properties, that's kind of exactly what function parameters are. They're named things. But we'll see. Yeah. So it's saying do a console.log here for props. We're going to look at it ourselves. It's an object. So much stuff. Do it again. Yeah. Whoops. I want to close it. Sure. That's what it is. You can use object destructuring to explicitly name the values inside your function prep. Okay, see. Okay. And then how do we interpolate a string here? Just put it in there. What if I want to do this? Right? Yeah. Doi. Okay. I don't like this tutorial. Oh, it's like, hey, here's an error. And it's like, oh, well, just tell me how to do it. Like, I thought I knew things. Sure. Okay. Template literal. We haven't even talked. See? And then it like just doesn't introduce this at all. All right. Sure. Yeah. H1 title. If it has a truthy value. Yeah, so now we can have multiple things. Okay, great. All right. Lists. You need those. Const names. Let's just copy this data. Margaret Hamilton. Div header title. Develop preview ship. What does this come from? Develop preview ship. Whence this thing? Set the Vercel theme. Develop preview ship. I don't know. So we got a div with a header. Fine. We won't do proper indentation here. Names. Map this function to HTML JSX element. Yeah. You showed me that. It's here. Missing key propped. Wait. Did it do that? Each child in the list should have a unique key prop. Map name. I see. No, I don't. What is this for? So it knows which element to update in at dawn. I guess I don't know what that means. What is it talking about? Right? This is where the declarative nature of it gets lost. Like, you need to know this. Right? You need to know how this works to understand why you need to do it. So what is this doing? Right? There's some aspect of how React works that I need to know to understand this. Right? Yeah, like, what is conditional rendering? Sure. That's not what we're talking about. Rendering lists. Here's a list of content. Okay. Map some stuff. Sure. Okay. Great. Okay. You can, yeah, sure, you can have more things in the data, yeah. It's just basic JavaScript. That's not... Okay. Okay. Sure, sure. Don't generate keys on the fly. Well, see, that's annoying too. Okay. What are props used for? Passing information to components. I am continuing to surprise myself in how much of an expert I am already in React Foundations. Let's explore. Adding interactivity with state and event handlers. We got a like button in our homepage component. Okay, so let's do that. We're gonna take our homepage component. We've got our header. We've got some names of things. And after the names, put in a button. Does navigate button? No, it doesn't work. Of course not. It does not like this formatting. Whoopsie. Yeah, it gets really confused. Alright, well, that's too bad. So there's a like button. On click. Empty. So let's just do it. It does not like... Okay. You can blah blah blah. Give it the name of a function. Why... I guess. Function... handle click. Sure. Boop, 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 boop. All right. State and hooks. React has a set of functions called hooks. Can add additional logic such as state to your components. Think of state as any information in your UI that changes over time. Okay. You can use that state to store and increment the number of times users click the like button. The React hook used to manage state is called useState. Add useState to your project. It returns an array, and you can access and use those array values inside your component using array destructuring. Okay. So like here. First item in the array is the state value, which you can name anything. Okay. Okay. Second item in the array is a function to update the value. You can name the update function anything, but it's common to prefix it with set. Okay. What? You can also take the opportunity to add initial value to your likes. Use state. I feel like use is the wrong thing. Or maybe not. Finally, call state updater to set. Okay. So it's not quite magic. So what the heck is going on here? hooks allow you to add additional logic. Use state to store and increment the number of times things. The React hook used to manage state is called use state. All right, give me a real lesson here. Use state from React. Now you can declare a state variable inside your component. You'll get two things: the current state and the function. The first time the button is displayed, count will be 0. So presumably it's like, I guess, setting something up somewhere, but is it really? Oh, it's okay. So it must set up something internally so that it calls this again to get a new value and re-render the whole thing. Where's my code here? Yeah. Speed, agility, power. Getting it to 100. I'm gonna do it. Ah, I went over. Okay. Right, so I guess already there's a bunch of magic here. And not in the way that I'd expect. Not exactly. So I'm throwing React stuff into this div. And in fact, let me pull that up. Right. And I guess it is now set up. All right, all I've done is say this. React goes and does a bunch of stuff to update the DOM with itself, right? It's doing it. When it does that initially, it calls this function, and I've set something in React so that internally it knows, hey, I'm calling, I've got a hook in here, JavaScript stuff, typical, sure. When you click a button, it calls a function. Now I use its mechanism that it knows about, invoking it, giving it a new value, which should tell it to then change the value. And it'll re-render whatever it needs to re-render. Okay. So, a bunch of magic. That's fine. Unlike props, state is initiated and stored within a component. You can pass the state information to children components as props, but the logic for updating the state should be kept within the component where state was initially created. Well, what if I want to change it as a result of something external? I'm sure we'll get to that. Let's make you normal size again. Okay, there's a bunch of other stuff. So hey, go through those. All right, whatever. Test your knowledge. What is the difference between props and state? Props are used to define the component's behavior, state, user style. No. Props contain temporary information about a component. No. Props are read-only information. It's passed to components. State is information that can change over time. Yes. Okay. Still a genius. So far, we explored how you can get started with React. This is what the final code looked like. Is it? Let's check. We got a body, a bunch of scripts here. See, it like they've waffled back and forth between what those should be called. We got a header that takes props as a destructured thing. And now also they're using double quotes for strings. So, you know. Set some state stuff. Set up some state stuff. Then we've got this handle click. And then we've got these guys where we map each of the names to list items. And then we've got a button where on click we handle stuff and we're showing the number of times it's been clicked. Create the root, render the home page, we're done. We were introduced to 3 essential React concepts: components, props, and states. Having a strong foundation in these will help you get started building React applications. When it comes to learning React, the best way to learn is to build. Gradually adopt React by using script and what you've learned so far to add small components to an existing website. However, enables valuable enough experience to dive right in and write their whole front-end application in React, okay? From React to Next.js. While React excels at building UI, it takes some work to independently build that UI into a fully functioning, scalable application. There are also newer React features, like server and client components, that require a framework. Good news is, Next.js handles much of the setup and configuration and has additional features to help you build React applications. Migrate from React to Next.js, discuss how Next.js works, and introduce you to the differences between server and client components. All right. Before we do that, I'm thinking short break. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Short break. Be back soon. All right. I'm back. Just making some tea. I've got an Earl Grey rooibos. Which is pretty good. Still steeping, so at some point my little timer is going to go off. And I'll have to remember how dumb I am for using the underside of the saucer as the cover. I should have used it upside down, but I've got a napkin here that I've used to rectify the problem. The problem is I think it'll condense to moisture and drip more than it would otherwise, but oh well. Alright, so where the heck were we? Ah yes, we're getting started with installing Next.js, and before I checked out here for a bit, I was thinking about, well, I was looking at my notes that I already had, and I'm not sure I've done this in the order I wanted to exactly, but this is fine. So we'll get to this other thing I wanted to do, which is to create a script that'll just generate fake data over time, like dummy data I can use to display some graphs. But first we'll learn how to do all this Next.js nonsense, I suppose. So let's do that. All right. Finish my little orange soda. Okay. When you use Next.js, you do not need to load React and React DOM from unpackage anymore. You can install them using npm locally. Okay, create a new file in the same directory as your index.html file. Call it package.json with an empty object. Okay. Done. In your terminal, run the following command in the root of your project. Alright, what do we got? npm, well, we'll do react toot. Steeping complete. Taste. Hashtag not sponsored. But the tea comes from these folks. Shadow Tea. It's pretty good. Would recommend. Again, not sponsored. Oh. I didn't bring a... I don't have a Swizzler. That's unfortunate. I don't really have anything I can use. Uh-oh. Can't stir the unmilk. Right, let me use the... I can use the chain of the... Let me just grab a... I'll grab a spoon. Alright, we're swizzling. That's pretty good. Okay. Oh. What we're doing? npm install React latest, React DOM latest, and next latest. I don't have NPM. You said I needed node, not NPM. Which NPM? Nope. Come on, C key. What am I doing? I guess I'm like off center is why. Okay. Nope. I'm just gonna copy paste it. I typed it once before. It hurts my heart. Cool. All right, jumping back to index. Delete the following code. HTML and body tags. The div with the ID of app. The React and React DOM scripts. The Babel script, because Next handles that. This. Document.getElementById and the React DOM create root. Well, what about render? Well, I imagine the reason I can do this is because I will do this, so... is there like a next? I don't know. Because now it's not HTML at all, so... Const names. Oh boy. So you should be there, you should be there. Oh. Nope. And then no root render thing? Ugh. Then rename it. Oh my god. I do not like this tutorial at all. Alright. change everything, and then actually it's a different file type now. Like, okay. Creating your first page. Next.js uses file system routing. Instead of using code, use folders and files. Okay. That's intuitive, I think. Right? It's kind of the way an HTML server normally works. Without getting into all that CGI type stuff. Create a new folder called app and move index.js inside of it. Okay. Is there a way to create a folder in Dired? I don't think so, not directly. So we're going to create... Can we do it this way? Can we do... app? Page.js. No, it doesn't like that. You can do write file app slash page.js. But it told me I could call it JSX, but I guess not. Does it just know? Based on analysis? It does not. So I'm gonna rename this to page.jsx. Because then it picks it up. Okay, add export default to your homepage component to help Next.js distinguish which components render as the main component of the page. Export default. Next, run it. In package.json, which we need to revert. We need to add a next script, which calls next dev. Is that what would happen on the command line? Which next? No. npm run dev. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is this, which translates to this. npm run next dev. Yeah, but what is this? Like, what is... It's like, hey, magic, just do this incantation. Wow, it's so fast. doesn't work. So there's server components by default. Okay. A new file was automatically created in here. All right. You may be getting the benefits of Next.js in that everything's broken now. Now it doesn't work. Cool. Awesome tutorial so far. Now that everything's broken, proceed to the next chapter. Alright. To understand how server and client components work, two foundational web concepts. The environments that your application code will be executed in, server and the client, and the network boundary that separates server and client code. Yeah. The client refers to the browser on a user's device that sends a request to a server for your application code. It then turns the response it receives from the server into an interface the user can interact with. The server refers to the computer in a data center that stores your application code, receives requests from a client, does some computation, and sends back an appropriate response. Big assumption here. Nothing about it implies cloud. Alas. Each environment has its own set of capabilities and constraints. By moving rendering and data fetching to the server, you can reduce the amount of code sent to the client, which can improve your application's performance. But as you learned earlier, to make your UI interactive, you need to update the DOM on the client. Therefore, the code you write for the server and the client is not always the same. Certain operations are better suited for one environment over the other. Okay. The network boundary is a conceptual line that separates the different environments. In React, you choose where to place the network boundary in your component tree. For example, you can fetch data and render a user's posts on the server, then render the interactive like button for each post on the client. Similarly, you can create a nav component that is rendered on the server and shared across pages. But if you want to show an active state for links, you can render the list of links on the client. This is not clear. It's not clear because any given component, right? Let's say you do this. Well, where does, I guess, the initial state of this come from? And then when you update it, right, something changes on the client, but it's not useful for you to have a client-side count of likes for a given post, right? Let's see. Behind the scenes, the components are split into two module graphs. The server module graph contains all the server components that are rendered on the server, and the client module graph contains all client components. After server components are rendered, a special data format called the React Server Component Payload is sent to the client, This contains the rendered results of server components, placeholders where client components should be rendered, and references to their JavaScript files. React uses this information to consolidate server and client components and update the DOM on the client. Okay. So let's make the like button a client component. Alright, new file called like button inside the app folder that exports a like component. Okay. Like button JS, export default function, like button. Move the button element and the handle click function from page into your new like button components. And again, I'm gonna rename this to likebutton.jsx so that it gets the major mode picked up there. But yeah, snag handle click, whoops, in here. And also the part where we actually generate the button. So return this whole thing. Next, move the like state and the import. Oh, yep. This goes there. And then we need the import. And now we're here. And now there's this button here. Why? Because it's dev mode? Alright. Well, it's not complaining, so is it? What's on the console here? So, all right, let's move the cursor around and we'll refresh this page. So I guess compilation worked. I haven't done what it said here, which is to use client. So is that why there's no button? I'm also not using it anywhere. Yeah. Well, so what I'd like to do is this. Right? That's what I want. And so use client. Is that what it was? Yeah. Use client. Import that. Set a default function for like button. Handle click, set likes. On a click, use that function. And our current state is this. Backend page, import the like button. Import like button from like button. And now I should be able to use it. Hey, look how useful it is. Okay. Sure. Congratulations. What's next? Great. Welcome to Next.js Foundations. What we'll be building. Let's do. I'm gonna update the. Let's see. Next.js. Learning Next.js for an embedded systems project. Question mark. And I'll remove the C and C++ tag here. Web dev, web development. Yeah, not an April Fool's joke. I am actually learning Next.js and React, but this is kind of a good start for what I want to see in the actual front end for the Compost Monitor system. Yeah, I don't know, folks watching, if they've been here the whole time. But basically, I'm doing this for an embedded system project that I intend to put into my compost bin. A ESP32 that connects via Wi-Fi and dumps some data onto a like a Raspberry Pi, I think is what it's going to end up being. And I want to see some graphs of like basically temperature, humidity, and moisture over time with the web front end. So I'm doing the web front end part of it because I figure, hey, it's April Fool's Day. And I'm going to learn web dev for no reason. So in this course, we're going to do a little financial dashboard. It looks like, yeah, with this graph, I think that's going to be my main thing that I care about, but I'll go through the other stuff. I'm not going to need authentication, but we'll go through it. Features you'll learn about in this course: styling, optimizations, routing, data fetching. Oh no. It's gonna assume cloud garbage. We might have to skip that or figure our way around it. Yeah, I have a basic understanding of React now, I think. We did not cover this. We did sort of cover this, but not this in the React Foundations course. Yeah, I don't know. You'll need a GitHub account and a Vercel account. I don't want to do that. We'll see how far we get. Why are we doing this? What is NPX? What's the, it's a, oh man. Okay. It's a, this is what I don't like about web dev. It's like there's all this, like the React course is okay, right? It's like, hey, put this here. This little incantation we're gonna pull in some code. Here's how you do that code. Don't worry about what the code is. It is React. You're like, okay, now I'm using React. And now it's like, okay, install pnpm and also like run this. It's like, okay, what is that doing? It just does what is npx? Like we've never, what is that? Well, let's do this. We're not using pnpm. We're gonna do get rid of everything in here. Yeah. Okay. So now, what's this gonna do? Say forward, you like to keep your project and run the following command. Okay, next app, dashboard, example. See, like, what is this? Is that what it's called? Yeah. I don't know what. Okay. We're learning. Unlike tutorials that have you write code from scratch, much of the code is already written for you. Oh no. No. Oh god. No. Okay. I'm not... I just... But this is a tutorial. Oh, man. Oh, I'm disillusioned. Alright. Focus on learning the main features of Next.js without having to write all the application code. After installation, open the project in your code editor and navigate to Next.js dashboard. Notice the app has the following folder structure. Yep, I can use, let's see, tree, Whoops. Come on, tree, help. There's a way to show just directories. Flag D. Well, like, look at all this crap. It doesn't even fit. Oh, it's because it's looking at node modules here. Is there a way to ignore flag I? Is there a git ignore? Yeah, okay. Tree. Git. Didn't I just look at there being a git ignore? Yeah. There we go. App lib UI public next. There's also query and seed, conveniently left out. And there's a, what did it call it? Next config.ts. App contains all the routes, components, and logic for your application. This is where you'll be mostly working from. App lib contains functions such as reusable utilities and data fetching. UI contains all the UI components, cards, tables, and forms. To save time, so we've pre-styled these components for you. And public, all the static assets such as images. Config files, you'll also notice config files such as this. Most of these files are created and pre-configured when starting a project using create next app. You will not need to modify them in this course. God help you if you need to modify them during real-world development. Placeholder data. When you're building user interfaces, it helps to have some placeholder data. If a database or API is not yet available, you can use placeholder data in JSON format or as JavaScript object. What? Third-party service like mock API, okay. For this project, we provided some placeholder data. Applib placeholder data. Each object represents a table. Okay. In the chapter on setting up your database, so use this data to seed your database. The project is in TypeScript. Oh, God. It's the worst kind of tutorial. It's like, no, I don't want to know how to get real things done because I'm not building a real thing. Right, I'm not going to run it on the cloud. It's going to be on my home network. It's a one-off thing. Okay. Well, we'll see how far we can get. Take a look at the definitions TS file. Manually define the types that will be returned from the database. Okay, so we need to look at two files here. One file, code projects, what do I call it? Compost Mon and React Toot Next.js dashboard. We're looking at app lib definitions TS, so TypeScript. Revert buffer, please. And then also we want this placeholder data. All right. Well, okay. Is each object a table? Or is each array a table? Each array is a table. I mean, an array is an object, but is that how it's treating it? I don't... So great, yeah. Very fun way of defining data is to... Alright. You know? Okay, take a look at definitions. Here, we manually define the types that will be returned from the database. A user has an ID, a name, an email, and a password. For example, invoice has an ID for the invoice, ID of the customer for whom the invoice is. I guess we don't know what the application is, so I don't know how to interpret customer ID. Amount. Data is a string. And this is a union type. What if I don't have P and PM? Okay. npm dev. npm run dev. 3000. Welcome to Acme. Whoa. Hey, this page cannot be found. Great. Off to a stellar start. Wait, why doesn't it work? It should work. Should I be here? It doesn't work. I hate this. Alright, just because I didn't do what it said. Alright, let's go back and do it the way it told me to do it. So I hate this. Alright. Globally install pnpm. Can I globe? Prefix lib. What is prefix? Npm install to user directory. I don't want it to go in my user local. What if I don't want that? Huh? Node install user local directory. Yeah. Node path. Yeah, take me there. We want I think I already have my path is oops, C shell environment. Alright, so there's already a bunch of Python stuff in there. But where does it come from? So like, which auto pep 8? Which flake 8? Yeah, so I think I wanted here. Home local bin. Is part of my path. And exporting node path. So node path. Lib node modules. We'll prepend that there. And then npm config prefix home local. Okay. So source that. Now, if I do which flake8, right? Yeah. So now I can run that installation step. Which pnpm? There. Wait. User bin. So I just did that all for nothing. Had pnpm the whole time. Like an idiot. Okay, let's do this again. Do this. RM package lock. Next JS dash. RM next. Okay. Now we run this. I don't know how to handle any of that. Yeah, we did this. We looked at those. Alright, running the developer server. pnpm I. Right? From in here. Because over here, there's no package JSON file. So pnpm I. And now we do pnpm dev. Alright. Slow file system. I suppose it is. Pretty slow. Maybe I need a new hard drive or something. But yeah, hit up localhost 3000. Hit login. 404. What have I done wrong? I suspect nothing. And I didn't even do anything wrong last time. But maybe it just doesn't work. So what are we trying to hit? Log in. Some auth thing. We got a login form. But I suppose we're missing Okay. Query seed. Oh, seed. What's in here? Route. From placeholder data. Okay. And then what besides CUI? Dashboard invoices? There's a login form. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll get there. In this chapter, how to add global CSS to your application. Okay. I guess we're going to do some styling first. If you look inside the app UI folder, you'll see a file called global CSS. What's app UI? We got global CSS. You can import it in any component, but it's usually good practice to add it to your top level components. In Next.js, this is the root layout. Add global styles to your application by navigating to app layout tsx and importing the global CSS file. So app layout tsx and import the global CSS file. The development server is still running. Your changes and save your changes and preview them in the browser. Your homepage should now look like this. Oh, pnpm dev. Yeah. Try again. Hey, we got something. What else we got? But wait a second, you didn't add any CSS rules. You'll notice Tailwind. Tailwind is a CSS framework. Quickly write utility classes directly in your React. You style elements by adding class names. Text blue. We'll turn h1 text blue. CSS styles are shared globally. Each class is singularly applied to each element. This means if you add or delete an element, you don't have to worry about maintaining separate style sheets. What? I don't know what that... I don't know what that means. Well, what is blue 500? If you look at app page, you'll see that we're using Tailwind classes in the example. How do we see that? Class name flex min h screen flex call p6. so declarative and easy to read. What? How does making me copy paste this teach me anything about it? Alright, so here's Welcome to Acme. It wants me to put this code. Come on. This code. Where's the P element? Welcome to Acme. Oh, come on. Come on. And do that. Oh boy. It just is a box that closes itself and is a triangle. I don't know what, right? Like, what did I just do? It's like, hey, now you've played with Tailwind. I suppose? A black triangle. Yeah. CSS modules is an alternative. You can even use both. Right away to make CSS classes locally scoped to components. I think it's this. Yeah. Home module CSS, but then you have to import the styles of that thing and then access it like a bucket of styles. Okay. There may be cases where you may need to conditionally style an element based on state or some other condition. CLSX is a library that lets you toggle class names easily. Take a look at documentation for details. But here's the basic usage. You want to create invoice status component which accepts status. The status can be pending or paid. If it's paid, you want the color to be green. If it's pending, you want the color to be gray. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You can use CLSX. Class X? I don't know how to say it. Here's what I don't get. Here's what I don't get. Didn't we learn that we can use ternaries already? So I guess this makes it slightly more concise. Status TSX. It's already here. Yeah, it's already here. So it's, you do this all the time, and then in this block, you use, oh my god. This is, you use a JavaScript object, right? Is that what that is? Use a JavaScript object where the styles will be selected based on whether or not the value is true. So, and is this limited? So what if, okay, what if they both evaluate the true? What if they were both pending? Let me see. Let's look at it. Class names module. Foo, true and bar bads. Foo bar bads. Oh god. No. I don't like it. I don't like it. Right, what? Can't you do... Well... Well, I guess... If I want pending, I want this. Well, the worst part of this tutorial is I can't look at these results. And don't forget to do that nonsense. Does it compile? Well, I can't actually look at it, so... Search what components use it to conditionally apply class names. I mean, like, globally, you mean? Like, it's just... I'm not gonna... A button. So let's look at that button. So, given a class name, we can combine it with... Oh. Oy. It's just... There's a utility to concatenate strings. Why? Yeah, why? Yeah, I mean, it exists. Okay. Components. You fucking get out of here. I don't know. I don't know who does it. I can't. My code editor is not smart enough. I guess we should do it. Fine. No, CLSX, right? Include star.js, include star.ts. And are these patterns? Or we can do ts. JSX TS. No. Looking app. Pagination status. Breadcrumbs. I mean, we can look at it, so... Rounded left if it's the first or it's a single. Rounded right if it's the last or single. Okay, so yeah, it'll apply it. Oh man. I mean, I don't like it. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just too old-fashioned to get it. You learn how to style. Let's continue working on homepage. Custom font and hero image. I don't care. What can I... Let's see. Creating layouts, navigating between pages. Here's what I want. React.js show graphs. Fast and extendable library of React chart components for data viz. Relying on D3.js for data manipulation and SVG rendering. Single components with great defaults, extensive configuration props, subcomponents. You can also tell the MUI system tools, such as... You can also use all the MUI system tools, such as the theme override or the SX prop. I don't know what that is. About ready to give up on React. Well, I'm certainly ready to give up on Next.js. But maybe we're putting the cart before the horse and not giving React itself a fair shake here. I don't know if that's the right idiom. I think I'm getting ahead of myself and not giving React itself a fair shake. So I'm going to get rid of this. Screw that. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. And we're here. Cool. Alright. I need to take a short bio break. I will BRB in just a sec. Do-do-do-do-do. Back from the bio break. Oh, where's my face? There we go. Also, took the opportunity to feed the cat. Alright, back to React. Because I don't think I'll go full stack Node.js or full stack Next.js stuff unless this asks me to. Well, we'll see. I'm only going to do this for another... Maybe I'll go to 6:30. 45 minutes or so. Seems fine. But yeah, if you're watching and haven't followed me, please do that. I'm gonna get to 20 followers. I just need 8 more. Yeah. Okay. React apps are made of components. Yeah. Yep. React components are JavaScript functions that return markup. And now that you've got a function that returns markup, you can use that. Okay. Okay. React components names must begin with a capital letter. Okay. So how do we try this out? What is what's the procedure here? Learn React, yeah. So here's an example. Sure. Alright, the export default keywords specify the main component in the file. Oh. I thought this was an extension thing. But okay. And then default. Is default in here? Yeah. Identifier to be exported. Okay, so there's crazy syntax involved here. Don't think I super need to understand it. Oh, named export and default export. Only one default export. Each type corresponds to one of the above syntax. Named exports. Sure. Can also use this syntax. List of names declared elsewhere. It's a no-op. Exports nothing. Export declarations are not subject to temporal dead zone rules. What the heck is that? A variable declared with letConstore class is said to be in a temporal dead zone from the start of the block until code execution reaches the place where the variable is declared and initialized. Okay. Okay. So it's because it like hoists the declarations to they're available throughout the scope. Oh, it's used because the zone depends on the order of execution rather than the order in which the code is written. For example, the code below works because even though the function that uses the let variable appears before the variable is declared, the function is called outside of the temporal dead zone. Gross. I guess it kind of makes sense, but I much prefer the C and C++ style of doing things there. I think basically every compile language that I'm familiar with, you cannot refer to a value before it is declared. There's no temporal dead zone where you can reference it, and it doesn't really exist yet, right? Can you do that in Python? I don't think so. I think it'll be like, hey, this doesn't exist yet. What are you doing? Okay. The syntax you saw above is called JSX. Most React projects use it for its convenience. All the tools we recommend for local development support JSX out of the box. Now, what tools do they recommend? I was looking at that. I hated it. Well, I hated its tutorial. Expo creates native apps. Other firm, yeah, I'm not. Starting from scratch requires that you make choices on which tools to use for routing, data fetching, and other common usage patterns. Yeah. Yeah. Well, JSX is stricter than HTML. Right, it's because it's actually XHTML. Right. It has to be valid XML. React, specify CSS class with class name. Works the same as class attribute. Then you can write your CSS rules in a separate CSS file. React does not prescribe how you add CSS files. If you use a build tool or framework, consult its documentation. Yeah. JSX lets you put markup into JavaScript. Curly braces let you escape back into JavaScript so you can embed some variable from your code, display to the user. You can also escape into JavaScript from JSX attributes, but you have to use curly braces instead of quotes. What? Oh, I understand. Got it. Can you put if statements in there? I wonder. No special syntax for conditions. You can use an if statement to conditionally include JSX. Yeah. Unlike if it works inside JSX. I see. So this chunk is JSX. Whereas the rest of this is just JavaScript. Sure. Well, that's just a trick. Rendering lists. We saw this earlier. Then there's a condition here. Responding to events. Declare an event handler. We did that. Updating the screen. Use state. Now you can declare a state variable inside your component. You get some stuff out of it. Update it. You can put two of them in there. And they work independent of each other. Yeah, it hasn't shown how to set any of this up to actually do it. So, look at that. Functions starting with user called hooks. Hooks are more restrictive. You can only call hooks at the top of your components or other hooks. How does it know? In the previous example, each my button had its own independent count. Yeah. You'll need components to share data. To make both my button component display the same count and update together, you'll need to move the state from individual buttons upward to the closest component containing all of them. In this example, it's my app. Now when you click either button, count in my app will change, which will change both of the counts in my button. Here's how you can express this in code. First, move the state up from my button into my app. Okay. Then pass the state down. I see. Okay, that's a pretty straightforward way of doing it. So now these will increment together, sure. Okay. Yeah, let's do a tutorial. And okay, what are you building? Well, set up the tutorial. Overview teaches some fundamentals. Complete the game will teach you the most common techniques in React. Adding time travel. Deeper insight into unique strengths. Okay, what are you building? Interactive tic-tac-toe game. Here's what the finished product looks like. What does it look like? We got a square. Which is implemented as a button. It's got a caller provided click handler and value to display. There's a board which has the handle click. Given I aha. Okay. But so it's not doing the use state thing at all. At least not in there. So the whole game. Okay. Well, what does board have? Is next squares and on play. Okay. Calculate winner. This is all the possible winning combinations. Okay, that's clever. Yeah, I never would have thought to do this. Like pre-compute just which indexes you need to check. Okay. Yeah, so when it gets the winner, what does it say? Okay, it'll just return X or O, right? Yeah. Alright, let's do it. In the Code Sandbox tab you opened earlier, when did I do that? Hold on. Okay. Click fork. Download Sandbox. what is it? What does it say? Press the top left corner button to open the menu, then choose Download Sandbox. Okay. What's in it? From my downloads folder, JL7NN. React.dev. Okay. npm install. What? What? Yeah, what? Why isn't it? Code resolve. Unable to resolve dependency tree. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Why is it? Oh, wait a minute. Not downloads. My env here. Get rid of that. And I'll go ahead and get rid of this as well. Yeah. No, we'll keep it. Okay. npm install. Or, well, we'll create a new terminal. npm? Well, what did I just delete? Node? Because if I look here, yeah, we got node path, npm config prefix, and no such things here, so I'm happy with that. Whoops. Finger slipped. I don't know what you see when that happens. I locked my screen on accident. Instead of hitting Control O, I hit the super key, the often labeled Windows key. But now I should be able to run npm install. No? Found React. Here. What's this? I don't know. React. npm install react dev. Yeah, I don't know. What's the root project though? Yeah, I don't know what the heck. I don't know what the heck is going on here. I'm getting annoyed. So maybe we won't do that. Problem with Next.js is I don't understand how it works. Router versus Pages router. Basic understanding of that, yeah. I did the basics. Okay, npx. Create next app version latest. What is your project named? Compost Mon. Would you like to use TypeScript? Sure. Would you like to use ESLint? I don't know what that is. Tailwind? Fine. Would you like your code in size as source? No. Yeah, we'll use... What's TurboPack? I don't know, so sure. Customize import alias? No. I just accepted all the defaults. Okay. I went through automatic installation. Now npm run dev. Compost Mon npm run dev. So probably localhost 3000. Alrighty. Okay. IDE plugin. Next includes a custom TypeScript plugin and type checker. TypeScripts. Oh, don't ignore build. This is. I thought this was about how to set it up. Yeah, I don't know. All right. ESLint. I don't know what that does. Sure. I did not install it. Paths and base URL options. These allow you to alias project directories. Each of the paths are relative to the base URL. Project structure. Okay. Top level folders and static assets. What have we got? We've got app and public. App's got a layout, a page. CSS, and then some and then some files here. So app is an app router. Well, okay, there's no pages. Oh, this is the old way of doing it? Okay. Top level files configure stuff. Cool. All right. Is this all? It's just like here's all this info without any context. Like, do all those files exist? I don't know that they do. Tree, git ignore. Show me just directories. Don't show me just directories. Yeah, like I don't even have. I got layout and page. That's it. Layout page, a global CSS. Like what does all this mean? I thought this is the getting started. Okay. The React components defined. We found some pros. The React components defined in special files of a route segment are rendered in a specific hierarchy. Layout template, error, loading, not found, page, or nested layout. Okay, so there's the page. Then there's an error boundary. Page, error. Oh, wait. It's page. Not found. Suspense and loading. Okay, then the error. Okay. In a nested route. What is a route? Have they defined what a route is? Route. First instance of the word route. It just says API endpoint. So you've got a dashboard with a layout. You've got then within that a settings page with its own set of overrides for these. Apart from folder and file conventions. Public, okay. Well, no, it's cool. I didn't. Let's see. Next is unopinionated about how you collocate your stuff. Nested folders define route structure. Each folder represents a route segment that is mapped to a corresponding subnet URL path. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Routes are not publicly accessible until a page or route file is added to a route segment. And even when a route segment is made publicly accessible, only the content returned is sent to the client. Okay. This means that project files can be safely co-located inside route segments in the app directory without accidentally being routable. Okay. Only the content returned. How do you... Like, how do I know that these don't return content? Is it because it's not called page? I'm guessing it's because it's not called page. While you can co-locate your project files, you don't have to. You can keep them outside the app directory. Sure, private folders, underscore folder name. Okay. Sure. Some route groups. Wrapping a folder in parentheses. That's fun to work with on Unix systems. Real easy to type the name of a directory that has parens in the name. You can put everything in source, but everything already lives in the root, so I don't know. Sure. I don't know that I'm interested in any of that. Okay. I just want something like, let's see, fetching data. You can fetch data in server components using the fetch API or an ORM. Fetch goes to a web page. But I want to get something from a database. Streaming. Streaming what? Instant loading state is a fallback UI that is shown immediately to the user after navigation. Okay. Not exactly what I was looking for. Server function. Invoke them in client components. React extends form element. No, I just want a UI that shows me some graphs. I just want some graphs. What is TurboPack? This came up before. Incremental bundler. Sure. Font form link. Oh, I'm lost. I hate everything. Display graph. D3. Wait, go back. Let's add some links. So let's open these up. Neo4j. React D3 graph. Viva graph. Not sure what it's trying to show me there. Graphology. Cytoscape. This. Oh. I was gonna say that looks familiar, but that's because this code pen thing. Arbor. Force graph? No. Let's see. What am I looking at here? Leaves the screen drawing to you. But I guess what kind of graphs? Let's check out the reference. Oh, we're talking graph. Oh no, that's not what I want. Are these all graphs? Like math graphs. I don't want math graphs. Yeah, but yeah, I want like this kind of stuff. You know? Weird. Data viz decision tree. Explore. Categoric. Num and cat. I don't have maps. I don't have a time series. Yeah, I mean, I just want line plots here. Let's look at the most basic here. D3v6. Okay. Read some CSV data. Using D3. Okay. Scale time domain. Add a y-axis. Some attributes. Okay. I can do that. What's different here? Is it not much? Oh, it's like this function. And then a function. So what's really different? And there's a function, which I guess returns a promise. Which once it's finished, we can then do this stuff. Interesting. Slightly complicated. But yeah, this should be straightforward. Similar to a line chart. What for? Yeah, I mean, they're easier to see, is what it says, you know, compared to a line chart, so. Also, now that I've noticed it, I can't unnotice. It says cuting, not cutting. Cutting has 2 T's. This. Are they cumulative here? I see. Stream graph. What the heck is this? I'm having a hard time reading this. Yeah, caveats. Don't ever use this. Okay. Yeah, because I think... Let's see. They have a website with an example. But what if I... Okay. What is this? Whoa. It's growing. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just clicking it repeatedly. Can I... How do I get rid of it? Yeah, what if I don't want... What the hell is this? I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'll... It's about time to sign off, so... I'm gonna... finish this. Offline. At least get something going. Sometime tonight. And then... on Thursday... I'll actually start doing the embedded stuff on the Thursday stream. So keep an eye out for that. Bring me back here. All right. So yeah, I'm disillusioned with doing this with React. Everything's so complicated. Like, I just want a local website that shows some data as graphs. And I thought, hey, maybe React, if I want to do something simple, will be easy enough to do, but no. Absolutely not. So, yeah, forget about it. So I might try... Because it's more fun, I might try doing something with Phoenix and Elixir. I'll give that a shot offline. Bring back my findings on Thursday. But Thursday I'll actually start working on some of the embedded portions of it to get the ESP32 microcontroller set up and work on all that. So yeah, I'll get server. Let me make a note of this. I feel bad not doing it with React. So maybe, I don't know. I'll figure something else, something out before Thursday. In any case, I will get a server. server implemented, and I hate the idea of having a React framework, but I'll figure it out. React or Elixir with Phoenix. Doesn't matter. That'll just be on my to-do list. Where's my to-do? Yeah. Okay. That's it. I'm gonna call it here. Have a good night. Or evening or morning, wherever you are in the world. Peace.